Alright, we should be good to start testing any second. Testing has started, but my raid leader DC'd, and he didn't set the group to heroic, so he's trying to get back in. I think I have all, My co-tank is giving a brief explanation, obviously you can't hear, but apparently there's some fountains, and depending on which fountain the boss is near, there'll be different mechanics. Base is at home now. Oh, apparently a different boss than what my co-tank was expecting is up for testing first. I'm getting Magmarox vibes off this guy. What? Oh no. Also, I'm gonna be real. I set alarms on my phone, and apparently I slept through all of them, and I just naturally woke up 5 minutes ago, like right before raid testing started. So I also had no coffee, and I'm really tired, but the nice thing about raid testing is there's usually, like, natural 5 to 10 minute gaps in between bosses. I also have, like, a massive pain in my jaw for some reason. That probably is just, like, I just woke up, like, I slept on it funny, so hopefully in, like, a few minutes that won't, be as bad, but... I also want to swap trinkets. They're in Void, right? Your friend? Do we swap after each combo, or just after that? Yeah, let's just, let's taunt after that. Okay, don't stand in this. Shit. Okay. That's probably how it's intended to be done, other than... I'll let you hold until the next spot. Oh shit! Okay. Okay, so what exactly does the 10 combo do? Ravage. Okay, you definitely swap at 1 on that. So it's got a classic. Depending on what the ability is, you do a different thing to handle it. I see. Alright. I will say one of the unfortunate things about waking up like 5 minutes before raid testing is, I will be honest, I did not really have time to look at the the write-ups that my co-tank did for the boss mechanics, or to deep dive through the journal in advance. I mean, I didn't even have time to make coffee. I literally just woke up, looked at my phone, went, "Oh fuck," and jumped out of bed. So it's gonna take me like a few minutes to figure out what the fuck is going on this fight. Wait, no. Food buff. Cancel the timer real quick. Or at least extend it by like 5 seconds. Best boss in this raid so far? I mean, so far it looks cool, but I'll be honest, I quite enjoyed all of the raid bosses yesterday. The only boss that I did wasn't like, oh my god, this is really, really, really cool, is the Tortolan boss was like, fine. And that's only just because... Oh, fuck, okay. Yeah. Just interesting that it can happen in any order. If we could still... Okay, I was gonna say, there's no, like, you need to split the group up or anything. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck is going on this fight. But just, like, at a glance, having no idea what is happening, really, this fight seems kinda sick. So, definitely... Oh, I rip threat. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Or did you bubble or something? Okay, make sure you take the next one up then. Or the... Yeah. Okay, do you want to keep holding it? Because it dropped your stacks. Cannot run with Stamp Roar. Ah, no! Okay. I understand how this is working now. So they've been dropping markers and like yapping about markers and whatnot. So it looks like what you're going to want to do is the DPS and assuming healers get a debuff, and we've placed markers, and you're going to need to have people drop their debuffs at different parts of the room. So then, when the boss is about to do that wind tunnel mechanic, depending on where the wind tunnel spawns, you should have that orb at a different area of the room. And if you run into that orb, it knocks you back. So you basically use the orb to negate the different wind tunnels. And then, like, obviously we don't know the timers just yet, but you would want to put the boss in the middle, and then that way you can adjust depending on where the wind tunnel is, and it should work. That's really cool. That is actually really fucking sick. Dude, I gotta say, Blizzard's cooking with this raid. Tortolan boss a little bit janky, I'll be honest. But even then, not bad. For, like, council fights are always a little bit fucked. Main thing I didn't like about Tortolan boss is that the shark or whatever, the fish, is not in the journal. So you don't actually know how to progress. It's kind of unclear. But first boss seems pretty cool. One of the better first bosses. And the second boss, the Sentinels, I quite liked. For a second boss, also very cool. And this boss seems fucking crazy. This is one of the later bosses too. So this looks like it's supposed to be kind of like a sludge fist type of boss in the raid. Seems like, I haven't looked at literally everything in the journal, but this seems to be pure single target. So it looks like it's going to be that type of fight. Pure single target boss. Obviously, it's not like perfect patchwork, target dummy style, because there is a little bit of downtime because of the mechanics, but can't complain about that, because also, like, the mechanics are sick. I'm also, once I kind of get my bearings, I'm gonna try and test out a new trinket. Should also, so I definitely want to do that at some point. And then afterwards, do we swap sides? Should we shift over to X? Yeah, I see. I see how my raid leader wants us to do this. Obviously, you guys can't hear our comms, right? As usual. I might change that for raid testing, because, I mean, raid testing, I think everybody's actually been pretty behaved. Because everybody's, like, really focused. But I'll explain. I think, obviously, some of this is self-explanatory. Oh, shit. Was that aimed at a marker, or was the marker off? Yeah, I thought I was getting pushed in between the markers. Are we looking for people? Maybe. Let me ask. Rule, what do we need for, I guess we need DPS right now, right? Well, we have 4 healers, unless, like, somebody wants to swap DPS, but somebody asked, that's why I'm wondering. Okay, my red leader just kind of said, like, yeah, I think he's focused on something else right now. But I do think we need DPS, so, you know, I guess if you want to join in this group. Presumably, it looks like we need DPS, though. So I think we already have 4 healers, and I don't... Like, I think, obviously, so my raid leader normally is a DPS. But on his hunter. So I don't think he really wants to, like, swap characters if somebody's healing or whatever. I think their healers are going to stay. And the other healers, they normally heal, so... Probably if you want to join, I guess DPS would be the best thing. And now we're trying to figure out, basically it looks like the marker should be predictable, and you'll use the orbs as, like, a way to bounce yourself. Boss looks super cool, though, so far. This is very, very, very cool. Also, Death's Advance seems kind of busted on this. This would be the type of boss where, like, I prog this on a Blood DK, I DA the only relevant mechanic of the entire fight, and then, so I never actually have to learn it, and then on reclear, I'm like, oh fuck, I never actually learned the boss, and now I have to play, like, Druid or something. I've had bosses like that before. Uh-oh. Okay. Somebody accidentally pulled, but we're just sending it. Just, you know, no reason to waste a pull, right? Yeah. Split damage. And then watch out, well. Did she try to reset the boss? Watch. I love tank combo bosses. Like, it actually gives me something to think about. Like, it's not the craziest thing ever, but it's just like, you know, it's nice, right? Oh. Somebody died. Ooh, somebody almost... 2 people, I think, almost activated something. Oh no. Do we want to drop it closer to the edge? It's definitely a fun boss. Either way. I love bosses with, like... I've always said, to me, the sign of a good boss is when they have a creative design for the room. If a boss can be dropped... Well, like, so I heard Fat Boss say this a long time ago, and it stuck with me on, like, one of Fat Boss's old podcasts, of... If you can take a boss and drop it into, like, a big, generic, empty white room, and the fight plays exactly the same, then it's a bad boss design. Specifically, that was in regards to Xavius. But one of the really good indicators to me of, like, this is a cool boss is when the room design plays into it. And honestly, kind of, yeah, the only boss so far that I've been, like, on is Tortolan's, and that is kind of a boss that you can just drop into an empty room. Technically, it drops stuff in the environment, like boxes, but really the room is just kind of a blank slate, right? But the first boss has, like, the well and stuff in the middle. The first boss is, like, it's pretty simple, but for a first boss, still interesting that it has, like, some creative use of, like, the big well in the middle. Then the, I guess you can... I mean, obviously, out of all of the bosses so far, the, yeah. I'm moving over. Dude. Like, I was just the messenger. Our warrior is yapping extensively, and our preservation evoker just told him to shut up. Love you. So we should probably try to keep this clean. Aw, man. I'll stamp roar the last one. Or whichever one is... Okay, we can do this. And then stack up and I'll stamp roar. Or do we not get a... Oh, okay. One of them's redundant. Wait, did somebody point out that the wind tunnels show you the order? And I just missed that? Yeah, look at the wind tunnels. Yeah, there's one wind, two winds. Okay. I'm glad I didn't just, like, completely miss somebody else to call that out, but that is very cool. What? 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 I look up. So I pointed this out, and now our Fury Warrior is like 30 seconds later explaining what I just pointed out as everybody else is already discussing it. Oh, he's. Warriors are such special players sometimes. Goodness. I think it looks like that's kind of the entire fight, though, right? Presumably. I'm guessing every single, It seems like every single time there'll be, like, increased raid healing. I got this. Be out in the middle. You can't be in the middle. I mean, that's what it's saying, dropping now. My raid leader called for us to swap positions. So he said, you know, to keep the poison puddles minimized, we'll do the split damage soak on the outside and tank buster on the inside. And then he forgot. He stood in the middle and died to the tank buster. Unfortunate. Take this. Oh. Did you already take one? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna move, because we're, like, in shit here. Do we control where those puddles spawn? Somebody activate that? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so they misunderstood what I said before. The winds indicate where the wind is pushing from, which I kind of figured was the case, but I think they thought it was indicating where the wind is pulling you towards, so they dropped the soaks in the wrong area. But now we should have it correct. Have we seen every mechanic? Do we want to just, like, kill the next time we're in range? Okay, so now we're doing drag the boss to the edge, but people make an effort to not be standing in the middle, to not pollute the center with puddles. Watch, watch, watch. Tank frontal. Out, out, out. Oh, Delhi. Fortunately, this is kind of scuffed because people are not dropping correctly. Go again. Whoever dropped on blue, just try not to do that, because that kind of cut us off. Looks like somebody just panicked, dropped it right in front of the group, and then, I mean, we were in a fucked position there. Yeah. I'll start moving boss. Or, yeah, oops. Just kind of awkward. I do, honestly, the only minor issue I have with this fight so far is those circles, I think, could be slightly smaller. Like, you could still force a spread while giving people room to move. Because, like, I don't know, I can't even fucking stand in melee. It just boxes you out way too much. The final one just sit there. Okay. It auto-explodes, I guess. We should just manually detonate it then. Where did that idiot go? Ace, where is your dead body? Of course it is. Yeah, like maybe on Mythic the circles could be that large, but that feels a little bit restrictive on Heroic. Ooh. Close. Alright, Leader's calling that he's going to manually detonate. Nice, that is a much better way to do it. Nice, they moved out in time. Shit. Can I shift that off? Looks like it. Dragging away. Just watch that now. Did one of them not get dropped correctly? All for Stamper on that one. Which one is that? It's this. Just run against it, run against. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Alright, we saw Harldan Rage. We should be able to kill. I kind of saved that, by the way. That was, they fucked up the orbs. I didn't realize my raid leader was dead, so he said he was popping it, so I might have been able to adjust and pop, but on the very first set, it was only like as we were about to get pushed off that he said. So I stamp roared, I think most of us managed to run, and then with dash I saved the second one. Would have been really slick if that had saved the pull, but you know. Harldan Rage is what it is. It feels like the outgoing damage is kind of nuts, considering we have 4 healers and people are still getting absolutely blasted. That's unfortunate. Our evoker was not paying attention, it seems. I think most likely he's probably like a little bit distracted at the moment. Obviously rate testing, like other shit's going on. For a lot of people in the middle of the day. It happens. Pick a spot in plants, come on. I'll move after this. The visual's bugged. Okay, there we go. Just gonna drag a boss a little. Will, I think you have threat. Can you get him over to the edge? I think when people are dropping their poison blobs, they're struggling a little bit with survivability. So we're discussing how we can potentially change the movements to make it better. Gonna recuperate chi. Fuck. I got this. Yeah, after this. Do you want to drag it out a little bit? Out? Okay. Be good. And then we manually activate that. So I like that strat. Yeah. Move after this if you want. Awkward. It's unfortunate. Tank Buster at start. Oh, I think you taunted too early. So it will... No, sorry. I had it worked out, but... Yeah. Watch your knock. Whoa, look at that flying monk. Okay, so we have one more set of wind tunnels, and then it's Harldan Ridge. We are on track. I'll run out of res, but they got it. Stand near diamond for the split damage. Stand near diamond, Unlucky tornado. Pressing cookies. Let's move boss forward a little bit, give him more room. No! Dude. Are we kidding me? Somebody didn't pay attention to where they were getting knocked. W. Man, somebody really almost griefed that. I would have been kind of annoyed. It's like PTR, so it doesn't matter that much, but like that was a really dumb thing to do. Alright. I have 10 minutes. I'm gonna go grab coffee before the next boss. Actually, I should save that in comms. I'm gonna AFK for coffee real quick before next boss. I will BRB real quick. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, we still have a few minutes. Avenging Wrath's a 2-minute, right, Will? Is it... Okay. Yeah, I was wondering how well it lines up with Voracious Heart of Ulitek. You really think so? Is it, like, that good? Does seem like a lot. Yeah, I'm just, like... I'm wondering whether it would be worth it for Bear, or if there's, like, a better 2-minute trinket. For, I mean, Blood DK, because that is perfect with Dancing Rune Weapon. So... I feel like there's a good chance they run that plus Guillotine, because then they also get the special effects from the weapon. Yeah, I've been running the Font of Venomous Rage so far, which seems really strong, but I don't know. It's hard to tell with proc damage. Also, I think I got myself stuck. Yeah, I mean, you know, Leaf Torch adjacent, you gotta love it. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck down here, so whenever the next boss appears, I might need a summon. Fuck. Okay, wait, oh, never mind. I'm sick with parkour. I'm dead, though. Mr. Kitty, can I help you? I'm getting bullied by a cat. Frosty K is getting nerfed, is it? Oh, I see, because it's... I mean, that's the wrong way to look at it, right? Obviously, this is raid testing. If Frosty K is already this far ahead, then presumably after they balance it, it'll still be good. What's the swap? Well... Oh, I see. Okay. You only joke? Yeah, I figured you were joking. Some people are like Giga Doomers over PTR, though. Do you want to move, then? Over there? Okay, yeah. I'll stamp Auroras. I'll take. We're discussing how Blood DK looks kind of mandatory. Which section? Alright. Auroras. Big move, big move. And then take when you can. Oh, Hungering Destroyer. A lot of movement on this fight, but it does look pretty cool. Wait, did you say Wernstone? I used that on, what was it? Smolderon. I used a Wernstone. Oh, the pool's kind of deep, actually. So this is only the third boss. I was gonna say, like, so we've seen the entire fight. So that doesn't seem like all that much. But this is just the third boss. So actually, for a third boss, this is pretty fucking involved. Dude. Dare I say, this raid's looking pretty fucking good. I'm normally, like, I remember coming out of what's it called? Raid testing for Midnight Season 1, I was, like, pretty underwhelmed. Bellerin was one of the only bosses that I was like, yeah, this looks pretty good in raid testing. Trying to think, like, I guess I didn't mind Paladins. I think even on live servers, I don't mind Paladins, like, present tense. But I was largely unimpressed. And, like, I don't know, I hated Chimeras on raid testing. I think I don't mind Chimeras as much now, but it was really not enjoyable. That was the first boss we tested, so I remember being, like, really, really not excited for this past raid. In the end, obviously, like, my favorite boss by, like, a fucking mile ended up being Laura. And, well, obviously that wasn't raid tested. But... and that kind of saves the tier, right? If the final boss is a banger, you kind of don't really care. If, like... frankly, I do think it is fair to say most of Voidspire was mediocre. I'm not going to say it was the worst raid ever, but it was pretty mid. So, I don't think that my impressions from raid testing were that off. But so far, like, this raid seems really, really, really good. So in case it wasn't clear, the way that this works, right, is every single time the boss will activate 2 of these little fountains. So here we get orange and purple. And then that's why we're starting in this section of the room. And so we're killing orange first. When orange finishes, it explodes. You can see these, they shoot out a bunch of missiles when they die. And then it rotates. So then the next set of fountains is going to be purple, red. But because you can CC, at least on Heroic, I haven't looked at how Mythic changes, but on Heroic you can CC every fountain except blood. So that's why we're starting on blood. Because you gotta burn that down. And then we're... my raid leader's dropping, I think, Earth Grab Totem, or whatever it is, on the purple ones. And then we're having other people, like, keep it CC'd until we're done with blood, and then once we're done with blood, we do a big move over. And then we're going to reposition. Tank Buster seems like a pretty straightforward, just swap at one stack. Nothing really crazy. And then the blood one will apply a debuff to one of the healers, which is basically for anybody who knows Hungering Destroyer from Castle Nathria, where you have like the circle around you and you can't be healed, but when you run over people, you steal health from them. That's what the debuff is. So healers will have to do a leech. And I did a Stamp Roar there. There's a lot of movement, but like that can be mitigated, right? It's not enough to where, you know, a Stamp Roar isn't enough to cover the distance. This time let's double back. And we'll go towards blood. Yeah. Just shift over a little bit. Start shifting. And then take what you can. Oh, nice. So it doesn't lock on. That's good to know. What happened to you? Wait, you spell worded me? Oh. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. So my co-tank tried to test if, as the tank buster's going out, if he spell words me, does it negate the stat, but it still went off. But honestly, W science on his part. Is it follow-up damage? Do we need to, like, run away? Okay, that definitely run out, whoever has that smashy, I think. That looks like fall-off damage, because the... We've kind of seen everything. Do we want to just kill? W. I rest. Stamp her up. We could, but like, we also have Mythic Test. I don't know. I would not mind, like, what else do we need to practice at this point is kind of the real thing of pulling it extra times. Yeah. W pizza bagel. Yeah, he just burned. We lost to them a Rotmire, we beat them on fucking Vashnik raid testing. It has good bones. How come my Ravage isn't activating? Well, you see, I am now playing Druid of the Claw. So, that is why my Ravage is not activating. I am not playing the hero talent tree that gets Ravage. I do think there is a good chance that with the changes now, because there's been some light nerfs to Elun's Chosen, it's possible Druid of the Claw will be back on top. And honestly, in Raid, I think Druid of the Claw is still technically for parses. I think some of the rank ones are with Druid of the Claw. And personally, I love Druid of the Claw. If it ends up being, like, remotely better at all, I will probably want to play it. But the reality of Druid of the Claw is it is, like, way less tanky than Elun's Chosen in most cases. Definitely, the gap is smaller than it was in War Within. But for raid testing, I don't give a shit about parses, right? I'm still doing solid damage. Right, like what was that boss? Vashnik? Like I'm still doing a bit more than my co-tank, right? Which obviously different classes, but so it's not like I'm doing nothing. But I would rather play like an ultra safe build for raid testing, because the entire point is to just see the mechanics, learn the fight. And a lot of times if something goes wrong... Agreed, yeah. Everybody else in my raid group is saying that they think these are the best raid testing bosses they've ever done. So this is a really good sign. But yeah. So we have about 45 minutes until... Yeah, we have 45 minutes until the next boss. So we have an extended break. I have to finish some of my Guild Wars 2 dailies. I'll think about it. Koa said, how's the raid? You just got home. Today was Scorched Earth. What does that mean? And so far, the raid's good. We've already killed the second raid testing boss 15 minutes in. But it wasn't bad. Like, it's a bit of a simple boss, but it is the third boss. And I think it felt undertuned. Like, there just wasn't a lot of lethality in the mechanics. But the design behind the fight is cool. And it has a really interesting room. And, Scissorak, this boss, we killed in, like, 10 minutes before it ended. This boss was cool. So far, the first boss for raid testing today, my favorite boss so far in this raid. Really, really, really cool fight. And, what's it called? So far, it looks like I mean, I'm just... The only slight problem I have with this raid, which... I mean, it's like, it's one of those where, unfortunately, with how DK is being designed, you kind of already know that's the case. But they just... I do think they need to kind of shake this habit. It's a bit of a weird situation, right? Because I just got done saying I think the bosses are really good. So... my raid leader's talking about, like, our testing schedule and stuff, so I'm just trying to listen. Revolts. They are. It's Unwilling Vessel. They changed the name. Revolt, do you want to test the lair at some point? The world boss? Because there's also no set time, so whatever time works best for people, we could just throw together, like... I mean, it scales, right? So, a group to go try it out. It will be relevant for gears, so I figure maybe worth it. How's the testing good? Really good. We're finished early, so we're taking like a 15-minute break until the next boss. But, yeah. I just literally, somebody just asked this like right before you joined, so you can rewind the VOD a little bit if you want to hear more detailed thoughts, or if you want to see the bosses. But we tested Scissorak first, best boss in this raid so far. Really, really cool fight. And then we just tested Vashnik, undertuned, so we're done 15 minutes in, but still interesting boss. I like the design. Just the numbers aren't there. If the numbers aren't there, we saw all the mechanics. So we were just like, let's just kill and take a break. Yeah, overall, pretty good. How's the Corey hide or whatever it's... like, 3 people back-to-back joined in and said, how's the testing going? The testing's going good. Oh, you motherfucker. Nice try, bitch. Wait, where am I? I can't see shit. Okay. Bear Druid OP. You can't kill me. But now I don't trust you, so I'm gonna run. This... Oh yeah, we're gonna kill base so many times. Yeah. No, I don't mind you asking. It's just, yeah, just funny timing. You can always rewind the VOD and see it. I mean, I don't know how good Twitch is about this, but YouTube for sure you can rewind while it's live streaming and watch. Perchance we can get one more repeat. Uh-huh. Man, I just went and made coffee. So I still have a fresh mug of coffee. I guess I will get my Guild Wars 2 dailies done, so... I guess I'll hop on Guild Wars 2. I wasn't planning on streaming Guild Wars 2 anytime soon, but... I mean... You think Twitch lost that option and it's locked behind subs? Oh, that's lame. Oh, I think the talent buff is going. Yeah, talents seem fine. What's it called? Tab over. The new Bear Apex talents seem good. The only issue is right now these things pull mobs out of combat, so like I haven't done any dungeon testing, and I probably won't do dungeon testing until like a few weeks from now. My guild's going to set up groups to test it. So whenever that happens, I'm hoping things will be fixed by then. But in the meantime, you can't really use this for dungeons. And for raids, it seems fine. It does good damage overall. It generates good rage. I feel like I always have a lot of rage. Gory Fur is as good as I expected it to be. I feel like this procs quite often. Overall, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with Bear Druid. I've been quite pleased with it. Okay. Let's see. Let me see if I can get this working. I don't know how the volume's gonna be. Let me actually turn it down a little bit just in case. Can I, how do I change this? So if I go this and until the next boss, I mean, I may as well see if this works. This does work. All right. So I reinstalled Guild Wars 2 like a few weeks ago, pretty much when they announced Guild Wars 3. I have not played this game, well, up until a few weeks ago, I had not played this game for like 4 or 5 years, but it's, honestly, it's pretty fun getting back to it. So what I've been trying to do is, I don't remember doing these dailies a lot back in the day, but they are like a good way to just work through some of the older content that I never finished. Especially like I stopped playing right before End of Dragons came out for Guild Wars 2. And so I've just been kind of doing this set of dailies every day and chipping away at map completion and stuff. I still need to do the story at some point. I've been, well, I was gonna say I've been slacking on that. I've just been too busy, right, to sit down and play through the entirety of the campaign. But what do I need to do? I need to do a daily fractal, so I guess I'll start with that. It's like, before I stopped playing Guild Wars 2, I did a lot of fractals with my friends, and, like, they were super experienced and whatnot, so I don't really understand how this system works in detail, so I haven't gone super into it, but at some point I know that I need to play this more in order to unlock some more of the endgame stuff, but there is this new fractal quick play feature, which did not exist back when I played before, which is, I guess, kind of Guild Wars 2's Dungeon Finder that they're experimenting with. So that's kind of neat. So I've been doing that just because there's, like, daily rewards attached to doing each of them. The only thing with these dailies is, from what I can tell, most of them you kind of just run through. So you just ignore all of the mobs, run to the objective, and there's no reason to actually kill any of the trash. I think maybe you'll need to do this in the higher difficulties, I don't know, but every time I've run into this, there's, like, really high-level players who just blitz to the end. And so, I'm doing that, and it looks like everybody else is following.
Time to do some...
This is not the one. Assuming the volume's working, but I honestly have no way to check, so whatever. Now, normally I like playing tanks in MMOs, but there is no real tank in Guild Wars 2. There's only, like, whenever there is a boss that requires a tank, it's like, whoever has the most toughness stat gets threat. And in open world content, there's just kind of no tanking, because a lot of stuff is like, you have to dodge roll out of boss abilities. There are healers, though. Accidentally untargeted mob. And then we keep running. I think this is the final boss, if I remember correctly. It's been a minute. Never mind. One more pack of trash. So one thing that I think is kind of neat about Guild Wars 2's abilities is you have... Like, you actually don't have that many abilities compared to, like, what World of Warcraft has had in the past. Though, honestly, after pruning, a lot of times this is kind of more rotational abilities than you have in WoW right now. But there's actually way more abilities than this because you have, like, multiple weapon bars. So, I have a longbow, and I have abilities attached to my longbow that I can use. And then I also have a different set of melee weapons that I can swap to, which I often don't find that, at least in casual content, I need to do that much. I know that for, like, proper raid rotations, you're supposed to swap, or whatever, but open world content and low-level dungeon content like this, you don't really need to. And then I also have the spec I'm playing is like you get like a special bow that has a separate set of 5 abilities. So I have like 15 different rotational abilities that I can use. And if I wanted to, I could change weapons. Not in combat, but like out of combat, I could change what weapon set I'm using. And then get a completely new set of abilities, 1 to 5. Which, there aren't really... I know like Elder Scrolls Online had like weapon-based abilities or something like that, so I don't remember. It's been a hot minute since I played that game, how similar it is. But the way that Guild Wars 2 does like abilities is really unique, especially because every single class has a different set of abilities for its weapon. So, like, these are specifically the Ranger class longbow abilities. But you can use a longbow on a warrior, and you actually have a completely different set of custom-made abilities for warrior. So, it's basically kind of like a talent system, but your talents are decided by what weapons you choose to equip. And then there's even more stuff, like you choose your utility skills, right? So this you can kind of freely change out of combat. And then there's, like, separate builds here where you have what looks like traditional talent points, but these are a lot more, like, impactful, usually. So, like, here, this is an ability, like, my final talent in the marksmanship tree gives my longbow and, I guess, harpoon gun skills the ability to pierce targets, whereas normally they only hit the target in front of me. So, it's, like, a lot more impactful talents rather than, like, WoW's, you know, you do 5% more damage on a Sunday type of talents. So, I don't know, I, in many cases, like, frankly, how Final Fantasy does it, where it's just, here's like a well-designed class that just plays really well, and you're just, if you enjoy the class, you're never going to be unhappy. It always plays exactly the same. But the one downside to that is, I have heard, because I've not played FF14 recently, but I have heard that currently a lot of people aren't thrilled with some of the design for a lot of the classes. It's been, like, simplified, and apparently they're changing that again in the next expansion, so I'll see what that's about whenever that comes out. But it is always nice. The one advantage of a talent tree system is there's usually so much build diversity There's always something you can play that's enjoyable. And Guild Wars 2 has, like, so many viable build combinations for pretty much every single class. There's, like, way more diversity than I think any other MMO. Now, I'm sure I have been told at the highest end of rating, there's, you know, only a few comps that end up seeing play, and there's a lot of builds that are just considered to be unviable. But the vast majority of content in this game is, like, kind of open world stuff, which I've already done my... what time is it? I don't think... Yeah, I don't think any of the meta events that I really like are up. I've already done them today. I did them, like, last night after the daily reset, so I don't need to do it, but I was like, if I'm streaming Guild Wars 2, I may as well show that, because that's my favorite part of the game. What else do I need to do? Let's see. Big thing you hate about Guild Wars 2, the removal of the main trinity throws you off so much. So, I understand that, and I'll be honest, when I first started getting into Guild Wars 2, that was definitely, like, a bit of a adjustment to make, especially because I normally play tank, right? So, talk about, you know, having to adjust to the trinity not being there. The section of, like, the, you know, the trinity of MMOs that I normally main does not exist in this game. So, it definitely took me a lot of time to really adjust to the fact that there is no tank, and I need to get over the fact that I can't tank in this game. But, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really mind it at this point. Now that I've kind of adjusted to, hey, that's just how the game plays, I mean, as a tank, you know, I think most good tank players, right, still enjoy DPSing, because all good tank players, even in WoW, need to do damage. Like, you can't just ignore your damage if you're a good tank in WoW. So, I still enjoy playing a DPS. There's many DPS specs in lots of different MMOs that I enjoy playing. It's just that I usually like tanking, because that extra element of, you know, usually you get more responsibility, you have to, like, kind of stay alive. I think that just makes it more engaging and fun. But the thing about Guild Wars 2 is, like, survivability is your own responsibility no matter what you're playing, because you have dodge rolls. So, encounters are still really, really engaging for the most part. There are definitely some... I haven't done, like, a lot of the higher-end raids, but I would imagine, you know, even more so there, your survivability is dependent on you playing properly. But in, like, open-world events, a lot of times... what'd you say? No, I don't think Brew looks good, so unless they give Brew massive buffs, and I think it looks like it's going to be actually really strong, I probably will not test it at all. I don't think that it has any chance at the moment. My co-tank was just asking, like, what I plan on testing. But yeah, so, like, for the vast majority of open world stuff, because you are responsible for, like, dodge rolling abilities, like, it doesn't matter that there's no tanks. You have to keep yourself alive, which is kind of the thing that I always liked about tanking in the first place. And then, I mean, mechanical responsibility, from what I've heard, there are definitely some raid fights where somebody has to kind of take the job of a tank. But in that case, there's a lot of different people that can basically swap their gear set to do a tank mechanic. So, whenever I guess it depends on what the other thing is. Because I think Will's much more excited about Paladin, from what I can see. And, you know, obviously I like Bear, so I guess if it's Bear blood, then probably Will. If it's Paladin blood, then probably me again. I'm guessing. Yeah, I mean, like, definitely. one thing I never got a chance to unlock before I stopped playing is Skyscale, so at some point I'm gonna probably try and finally get that, because that would be really helpful for situations like this. But yeah, I mean, overall, definitely Guild Wars 2's biggest weakness, though, I think, is it has some raid content, and I've heard it's good, but there is, like, really no ramp into raid content. It's like you either know people who are already doing raids, or you just put in all of the effort to, like, learn and get into a raid, like, pug group or something like that, and you have to put in a lot of work. There is no, like, on-ramp. There's no lower difficulties. There's just one fixed difficulty for raids, and there are, like, easier raids and harder raids. But, frankly, even for me, right, like, for somebody like me who usually likes to, you know, I'm I guess, a bit of a perfectionist, the idea of just, like, joining a raid pug when I've never done it is kind of daunting. Because, like, I can read about a fight, and I can understand it, you know, in a vague sense, but it's very different doing that and then, like, just joining in a raid. So I haven't bothered trying to, like, pug raids at all. I mean, right now, I'm only casually playing this in my free time. But, check something real quick. Sure. But yeah, I think that if I were to ever raid, and I did kill a few raid bosses back when I played like 5 years ago because a bunch of my friends were playing at the time, and then we formed like a, you know, kind of thrown together raid team and did some bosses. So that made it a lot easier because everybody's learning. But at this point, every single person that I know, like my friends list, I have checked it. Pretty much 90% of people, I've saw one friend log on for 5 minutes over the last 3 weeks or so, and then they immediately logged off, which is kind of depressing. Everybody I knew who used to play this game, like, if you look at my old guilds, the guild leader, who I used to be friends with, right, well, I suppose I still am, I just haven't talked to him in a while, but I'm an officer in this guild, and, you know, he led it, you know, he invited me and a bunch of other people, and he hasn't been online in 4 years. Yeah, pretty much everybody who I used to play this game with is no longer here, so if I did ever try to get into raids, I'd kind of have to figure that out on my own, and that's a little bit daunting. That is definitely the biggest, I guess, flaw Guild Wars 2 has. Its rating is underdeveloped. And I don't know if they're ever going to really put a lot of effort into that, because frankly, they don't even need to. The open world events are just so good that that's kind of the entire reason why most people play Guild Wars 2. Okay, yeah, so I do need this for a daily achievement. I may as well. And what else? I missed some of your messages. FF14 is doing what WoW does slowly, where class identity is kind of falling out of the window. Like every tank plays exactly the same. Yeah, that's one thing that I was kind of bummed about, because back when I used to play FF14, like Warrior felt very unique. Which is why Warrior was always my favorite tank. Well, I really liked Gunbreaker when it came out in, I think it was Shadowbringers when it first came out. And at that point, the tanks still felt like they had solid identity. And Gunbreaker was the only tank that I felt had, like, a really engaging, like, builder-spender combo. The Gunbreaker, like, burst window with, like, you build up your charges, and then you do, like, the big combo attack. Like, that felt kind of unique at the time. So, I mained Gunbreaker in Shadowbringers. I also did a little bit of raiding in Shadowbringers. That's, like, the only time when I had enough friends playing the game at that point where I started getting into it. Honestly, FF14 kind of has a similar problem with getting into raiding is a bit tricky. Less of an extent, though, because there is, like, normal mode raids. You can learn the mechanics. But getting into, like, higher-end FF14 raid content is much harder, I would say, than it is in WoW. Because there's just no real path. You do just need to make a big leap at some point. And, like, I suppose, if FF14 ever were to become my main game, which, I don't know, at this point, if that would happen, then I'd probably put in the work required to do that. But it's really hard to justify doing all of that when it's like a side game. Because every time, really, I've played either FF14 or Guild Wars 2 or whatever, it's while I'm still actively playing WoW. And it's hard to justify putting in, like, all that effort to try and, like, figure out how to get into higher-end rating without any support from friends or whatever, when I'm still actively also trying to rate WoW. But yeah, I did hear that FF14 got dumbed down a little bit, which is a shame. But I'm curious to see what the new rotations are like, because I kind of skimmed it, I'll be honest. I don't know the details, but they said something about, like, there's 2 new versions of rotations in the next expansion. And you can, like, toggle between them if you want. So, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. It sounds interesting. I definitely think the idea of revamping how every single class plays, but still keeping the ability to play the old version for people who prefer that is good.
Go north. You're right. We should go north.
All mine.
Let's see. I already did Storms of Winter today, so... I only have 15 minutes until the next boss for raid testing, so... How much I really want to try and do. A second. I only need a Renown Heart and some mining for End of Dragons, so I guess I'll do that. Tanks are just DPS with flat HP bars? Yeah. And I have heard that there are a lot of classes, like, for Guild Wars 2, that is, a lot of people say that Necromancer and Engineer are, like, really, really, really tanky. And I actually haven't played either of them yet. I think I might try Engineer next, because back when I used to play, one of my friends mained Engineer, and they were always talking about how much they loved Engineer, how it was, like, one of their favorite, like, styles of gameplay in any MMO. And I remember, at the time, thinking, like, oh, I'll have to give it a shot, and I just never did. And nowadays, I'm still hearing a lot of people saying Engineer is really, really fun, and very tanky for, like, open-world content. So, that seems worth trying out. I enjoy Ranger, so when I first started playing Guild Wars 2, I picked a Mesmer, because my friend at the time who did enjoy raiding told me that Mesmer, at the time, I think it was, like, Power Boon Chronomancer was the name of the build, was what most people had for tanks in raids. So I'm like, okay, well, if the only thing that ends up being run as a tank is this, then I guess I'll try it out. And Mesmer's cool, but it's a very weird class. And in open world content, it felt like kind of iffy. The ability to drop portals is something Mesmer can do, and that feels really cool. But otherwise, I wasn't sold on it. Where are the Renown Hearts? I am blind, I think. Or maybe I'm looking in the wrong level? I'm gonna search this in the wiki. New Tiny City. Renown Hearts. Okay. There's 3 in total. Right. So the one that I'm missing here is up here. If I recall, though, the problem with this one is I don't have the ability to use most of this. Oh, there's a matching game. There we go. So Guild Wars 2, one of the things that I really, really, really like about it is it has this mastery system where instead of getting, well, after you hit max level, which is 80, which honestly, most people skip that. There's like max level boosts. there are mastery levels that you get, where any experience you get contributes towards one of these, and they have different things. So there's fishing is a mastery. So you can see I have 376 mastery rank. The cap is like 690 something, I think. So I still have a ways to go, but I've gotten a lot of stuff unlocked. And like mounts are a mastery. There's all different types of mounts that have different special effects. There's gliding, and then there's like different things where depending on like the zones that you're in, you'll be able to activate special power-ups. And one of those is for End of Dragons, Jade Bots, which I don't have unlocked yet because I have not progressed far enough in the story. And I think this particular objective that I'm trying to do requires me to have that unlocked to do most of this, I think.
My Max pack a punch.
So
Why don't you grab a battery charge and give one a go?
that NPC sounds kind of like Mickey Mouse, honestly. Yeah, I can't use a lot of this stuff. So, where's this event? Oh, somebody else activated one over here, though. So I might be able to get credit by fighting that.
I could outrun a centaur.
Does that give me credit? It does a little bit, yeah. Alright, that works out.
Well, good job.
This whole cross-game tank talk reminded you you're suffering pre-Season 2 role choice crisis again? Yeah, I know the feeling. At this point, I mean, personally, I'm locked into tanking. And honestly, in terms of, like, not necessarily role choice for me, but, like, spec choice, this is probably one of the least, like, you know, confused tiers I've had for tanking. Like, just earlier, obviously you couldn't hear comms, but somebody asked, like, what we were planning on doing for tanks, and me and my co-tank discussed it. We have our plan kind of ironed out already. Like, we know who's covering what, and we have a pretty good idea on what is probably going to be good. Is the boss up? Oh, okay. Just, like, repeat this thing over and over for, like, tiny bits of progress? Okay, no. Yeah, so without the ability to interact with all, like, the Jade things, because I don't have the mastery, it doesn't look like there's a lot that I could do to finish this. So, I'll come back to this later. Honestly, I'll have, like, about an hour before the Guild Wars 2 daily reset, after I'm done streaming, to finish up, like, this objective and anything else. So, getting another 30 minutes to kind of finish up some odds and ends. The only thing I really want to do is at least get some of this Lake Doric stuff done, because I'm missing a lot of achievements in that zone. And then I'll probably try and do this. But other than that, I think that's good. So I'll exit and we'll hop back over to WoW. Get this swapped in OBS, and there we go. That was a fun little detour. And I wasn't planning on streaming Guild Wars 2 at all, but, you know, there you go. That's probably the only time I'm going to stream Guild Wars 2 for quite a while. I will say, I am very excited for Guild Wars 3. And I'm almost certainly going to play that whenever it comes out. But at some point before Guild Wars 3, I will probably stream Guild Wars 2 at some point a little bit more. Assuming I, you know, continue playing it, but I've been thoroughly enjoying it. Frankly, playing it over the past few weeks has made me wonder why I haven't done that sooner. It's a very fun game. So I don't think I'm going to do that anytime soon, just because I'm still very busy with, like, the next patch coming up, but maybe during the downtime after 12.1. And who knows, even after that. Guild Wars 3 won't even come out until next year. So there is still plenty of time to potentially stream that a little bit. But right now I've been playing Gale Shot Ranger, and I mean, as you saw, and it's pretty fun. I enjoy it. It's kind of strange because like I'm so used to playing tanky classes, right? Stuff that feels really like it can't die ever. And as I said, I've heard Guild Wars 2 has specs like that, which I might try. But I've also like I haven't actually mained Hunter in World of Warcraft since I was like in high school. Way back in the day I used to play a Hunter. My original Hunter that I used to play back then was called Harldan, which is why that's my my username. But I haven't actually mained it in a very long time. But it is quite fun to just play like, you know, bow and arrow builds every now and then, especially when tanking is not relevant. There's a little hole in the floor here. Can I get through here? If you can clip out of bounds here, it might be possible to like navigate to Ulatek's room to see it. I wonder. Also, I'll prove that message, Koa. Apparently, whatever you said, Twitch did not like it. And I'm just gonna double check because I haven't heard. Okay, my guild Discord has been really quiet. Obviously, everybody's kind of taking a break, but they were yapping for a little while beforehand, but then everybody is gone silent now. Okay, none of my toys properly copied over. Okay, you can't do that in a raid instance anyway. Is anybody here a gnome? Or like something short? Okay, come over to where I am. Over here. I found a hole in the floor and I want to see if I can fit you into it. Here. Night elves are too big. I feel like a gnome could probably squeeze into that gap. And then if you get out of bounds, maybe you can see Ulatek's room. I jumped... It's down the fountain. Over here. It doesn't look like dwarves can fit. Damn. Wait, hold on. Do you have a swap blaster? It does, actually. It does change your hitbox. Not by much, but... Yeah, okay, swap me. Maybe if you swap, it'll... Like, I'll clip through. Yeah, gnomes do have a slightly smaller hitbox. You want to be short, use some noggin fogger. Yeah, that, I unfortunately don't have any on hands. There, I will say there is a trick that I know that might be able to work, but it is kind of an exploit, and it was shared to me in confidence, and I'm not going to test it on stream, I'll be honest. So, especially for something so trivial that, Wind Boss does look fun, but the other one seems like they're missing a mechanic. I think, honestly, the other one... I don't know, it could maybe use another mechanic, but I really just think the existing mechanics don't feel strong enough. Like, it doesn't feel like they're that impactful. I think for a third heroic boss, if the numbers on it are tuned up, it honestly would be fine. Man, I'm gonna have to restart my second computer. It is running so fucking slowly right now. And all I'm using it for right now is just to read Twitch chat. but it's just lagging so fucking bad. I missed your message though, Ko. I approved it just because sometimes if you don't do it fast enough, but let me read it. Your biggest benefit to playing tank is you genuinely like all the tank specs, so you have no issue being flexible, and you do enjoy tanking overall, but you always have the what if you just went back to playing DPS. Yeah. I mean, in the past I have liked all the tank specs. I still love tanking as a role. I will say though, I haven't been thrilled with some of the current tank design. Like honestly, Prot Warrior right now I think is quite boring. Brewmaster I think is quite boring. Which is sad because I used to love Brewmaster. And then I actively dislike Vengeance. I'm not thrilled with it. I hate it less than like Felscard Vengeance last expansion, but it's yeah. But overall I do generally enjoy tank specs, so I agree with that. This is some epic raid testing, yeah, I know, right? I mean, so far it's been a good session of raid testing. 2 fun bosses, and I had 40 minutes to play Guild Wars 2. That's a W. The most important part was squeezing gnomes into holes. True. Okay. So this is third to last boss. So, presumably, this will be tuned to be somewhat challenging. Oh, shit. Okay. When you get hit by abilities, you get a stacking dot. Very Magmarax vibes. Dude, there is so much text in this tank mechanic. Hmm. I also I had words. I got a bag of chips earlier and then didn't eat it. And we're kind of just sitting here waiting for the boss to spawn, so I'm going to mute my mic real quick and just eat while we wait. If that's true, everybody would need to zone out, right? Yeah, I mean, that sounds like bait. Apparently, instant dollars is fighting the boss somehow. Yeah, fucking cheat. Of course, it's his fault. As a tank main yourself, you only enjoy prop heli right now, but you will play brew and you must have a monk? Yeah. Yeah, so you guys only heard like half the conversation, right? Because you can't hear my guild, but earlier somebody asked like, oh, which one of you is like playing monk? You know, are you covering brew? And I basically said like, if Brewmaster is... Did they... Have they updated Zandalvari? No. Did you reset it already? Oh, fuck. I already zoned in, I'll check. Oh! Yeah, okay. Zone in. How did instant dollars get the other boss, though? But yeah, basically I said, if Brewmaster is required, like, I will... Is everybody... No, Will's not even here. Cancel timer. But yeah, I'll play Monk if I need to, but I don't think Brew looks good. I mean, right now Brew's not good. Like Brew is only good early on in the season for M+. That's it. It's been... I think it's probably fair to say that it's like the 4th best tank in Raid right now. And honestly, since the start of this year, that much hasn't really changed at all. I'll take. Move. Split damage? Yeah. Oh. I mean, it did, like, no damage, but... Oh! We'll sack the next soak, I guess. Watch. Take bus. There's two faces, I think. Okay. Alright, well, fucking rip Zul'jin, man. He doesn't even survive P1. I mean, I know he gets, like, resurrected P3, but still, that's like... Damn. So where's Ulitek's room? Okay, over there. So we go through that like, circular port in the wall. As far as troll raids go, this visually looks very cool. But yeah, I think, right now, I would put Brewmaster at, like, you know, probably number 5 out of 6 for what I think tank balance is looking like in the next patch. Like, I don't know exactly how the raw numbers are tuned. That's the only way Brewmaster will get brought, right? Brewmaster will get brought if it has really, really, really well-tuned raw numbers. And if, both Mistweaver and Windwalker have really bad numbers. That's the only way you bring Brewmaster. It offers absolutely nothing special, and its survivability is not getting any better at all compared to what it is right now. It's not looking very good. Oh, that hitbox is kind of janky. Oh, I see. I understand how this mechanic works now. This is actually really cool. So when you eat an orb, it doesn't fully clear it. It puts a debuff on you, but it lets you move it. So you want people to pick up the orbs and drag them into the tank mechanic. So that when this goes off, you clear them all. That's kind of cool. Yeah, TBC Zul'jin. Where's her? I'll rant about it. Visual effect is not great on that. Make sure you're not standing it. I think you are, PJ. Yeah, the hitbox is... Yeah. And deliver the orbs. Let's center the boss a little bit more. You can get a better angle. Yeah, I wasn't gonna make that in time. Damn. Nobody important died. Kick. Okay, so we kill the ghosts with the tank frontal? Okay. The ghosts are all on the opposite side. This is... Oh, I got feared. This fight seems crazy. But yeah, I think right now, number one tank going into this raid, Blood DK for sure. Like, not even close, it's Blood DK. Blood DK is already, I think, in a decent spot. Like, its damage is fine. It's not like a top damage tank, but it's also not that far behind the other tanks, where it's, like, unplayable. And Blood DK is obviously basically unkillable, really tanky. The tier set bonus is a bit of a bummer. Like, everybody's complaining about that, but numerically, it's actually not bad. And it's pretty easy to evaluate, right? Because it's not like, oh, you get random procs that do whatever. It's pretty, like, straightforward. So, it's not an amazing tier set bonus, but, like, Brewmaster had a 1% increase from their tier set in Season 1. And, you know, so you can have really bad tier set bonuses. The Blood DK bonus is, like, 5 to 8% increase. So, it's not a completely throwaway tier set. It's fine. But then, the main thing for Blood is, so far, there are so many mechanics that we've seen already that scream Blood DK. We can already, like, look at the Ulatech Dungeon Journal and see it's going to have ads, presumably that can be gripped. So, there's just really no way you don't play Blood. It really, like, it would have to be so unbelievably weak to not be playable, and, like, we kind of already know it won't be. So, I think there's no universe in which you don't bring a Blood DK to this raid, unless they fundamentally change how these bosses work, right? We're already seeing the mechanics. You just... Like, that I think is almost guaranteed. I don't know if I've ever looked at a raid before and said, like, 100% you have to run a Blood DK for this. There's been times where I'm like, this boss looks like you might want to run a Blood DK, but this raid, almost across the board, is like, oh yeah, this is a Blood DK raid. Like, not even a question. So there's that. And then, after that, it's kind of the thing that I was talking about earlier with my co-tank, of... I'm kind of like 50-50 on Bear and Paladin for the second spot. I think Bear is probably a little bit stronger at the moment, but Paladin looks pretty good too. And I think, really, that just depends on what like, the other tuning is. Like, let's say... Boomkin is really good, and you don't need Druid buff. And there's still a chance that you bring Bear Boomkin. Like, Bear was still so strong Midnight Season 1 that you would have brought Bear even if Boomkin was really good. It was just that good. But... yeah, I can't really do that, because now I can't position this correctly. See? Drop it behind me. Watch frontal. What are you saying? Yeah, I mean, that just describes Baze's entire life. Baze truly is the warrior ambassador. If only you guys could listen to the yap shit that he's saying right now. But yeah, I think, like, I don't know exactly. Like, obviously, so Prop Paladin was not in a super great spot in Midnight Season 1 anyway, but Rep Paladin was, like, really strong this past tier. So, let's say Rep Paladin was comparably, like, insanely strong this tier. You might not run Prop Paladin in Raid just because. Now, there have been a few cases so far during raid testing where my code tank has gotten, like, a really good blessing of spell warding. But spell warding's a little bit weird, right? Like, it's a really strong tank utility spell, but Blizzard is also kind of aware of that. And unfortunately, they have kind of been wary of making that many situations where you can actually abuse it. Shit. I took the debuff here, but that should be fine. Yeah, with survival instincts, I can just live that. But yeah, like, so another thing, right? And this is always important to remember, tuning is heavily subject to change. So, if you had to ask me right this second, what do I think would be the tank comp? I do think Bear Blood DK is quite likely, which is kind of really the same as in Season 1 to an extent, right? Obviously, Race to World First, I don't think they ran Bear Blood. But vast majority of guilds, get out of there if you're not going to make it in time. It's not worth dying for. Unlucky. Don't drop that on me. Drop it again. Fair, yeah. But yeah, my guess is that Warrior, I think Warrior is a bit of a wild card to me. Frankly, Warrior was a wild card to me in Season 1. And Warrior ended up... I think Warrior was running the Race to World First, right? But the big thing with Warrior, and that's kind of where this is always hard to predict, is I think the reason why they brought Warrior is just because DPS Warrior was so bad. DPS Warrior was not tuned well. And that's what was the deciding factor for bringing Warrior over, like... over one of the other tanks. Warrior also was very tanky, but I do think some other tanks have had their defensiveness buffed by quite a bit. But really, all that means is now Brewmaster and Vengeance are considerably behind in terms of survivability. So, I don't know. I think Bloodbear just is much stronger than anything Warrior can bring. And then especially Paladin, if damage is the same, right, would be pretty good. But Race to World First, they needed Warrior for Battle Shout. I have no idea how DPS Warrior's looking. Now, Prot Warrior does not look bad, right? Like, I do think that there is... Prot Warrior is, like, only a little bit behind, in my mind, right now, from Prot Pally. But Like, that is entirely, I think, subject to tuning. I think the only tanks that I feel like are considerably ahead of the competition right now is Blood and Bear. And Blood being even further beyond that. Gee. You might get hate, but you think it's a good thing for Brew and DH to be weak? Well, so I agree in theory, but I think that the logic is a little bit flawed because you're saying you think it's bad when DH is at the top, but DH has only ever been at the top for dungeons. Vengeance Demon Hunter has not been good in raids in a very, very, very long time. Even when it was good in dungeons, it was not good in raids. And a lot of the stuff that made Vengeance broken in dungeons was, like, not historically always the case. It just so happened that they gave Vengeance a lot of really broken stuff that they then didn't take away from Vengeance for multiple seasons in a row. So we had multiple seasons where, like, the same feeling version of Vengeance ended up being meta. Before that, Vengeance was not meta for quite a while. Even in dungeons. And definitely not in raids. And obviously, this is the first season where Brewmaster has even been remotely meta. At this point, it's a Bear Druid meta in M+, but at the start of the season, yeah, it was a Brew meta. And Brew's still quite good in dungeons. That is the first time it has ever been the case. And while I would... Like, I don't know, I would agree in theory that it is definitely nice that for the first time in a while, Brew has not been, like, an auto-pick for raids most of the time. It does feel bad as to that being the reason, right? Like, I wouldn't mind it if the reason why you didn't play Brew in raid for once in a while is because the other tanks were so strong. Like, a good example is Undermine. Undermine, both Prot Pally and Prot Warrior, were so good that it you know, you didn't need to bring Brewmaster. Also, that was the tier where both Mistweaver and Windwalker were fucking crazy broken, and it was a bit of a weak tier for Brew. But they were still fine. But that feels acceptable. But then, right now, it's not that you're not running Brewmaster because the other tanks are so much better. It's that, like, they've completely fucking murdered Brewmaster. And that's a bummer. I mean, as a whole, yeah. Well, but frankly, that honestly even more so in that case, because as a whole, honestly, Brew and Vengeance have almost never been OP. Because this tier, Brew is very good in M+, but Brew is objectively weak in raid. Brew has historically been really good in raid, but really weak in M+. Vengeance has historically been good in M+, but really weak in raid. So, there actually haven't been that many times ever where Brew or Vengeance were completely dominant in all forms of the game, which is not something that you can say about the other tank specs. There have been multiple tiers now where Prot Warrior, this was a while ago, but there was like like pretty much BFA is what I'm thinking of. BFA, Prot Warrior was dominant in both raid and M+. Blood DK has had a few tiers, rare, but a few tiers where it was the best tank bar none. Sepulchre comes to mind. Definitely there was... What was the other tier that I'm thinking of? It was really good in Season 1 of Dragonflight 2, Blood. Blood was also really good in Season 3 in Amir Drizzle, but Vengeance was definitely better at that tier. Sepulchre is the only tier I can think of, actually, at least off the top of my head where blood was just completely dominant in all forms of PvE. But, like, not most of BFA. Old year, Prot Warrior was really bad, but BOD onwards, Prot Warrior was just, like, super dominant. What's it called? In Nyalotha, Prot Warrior was still very good. But it was still very good in Nyalotha, but Prot Warrior completely dominated the meta in both BOD and Ashar's Eternal Palace. So. I think we're supposed to also move out of this, right? So, like, if it actually is tuned to do damage, yeah, almost certainly. But I feel like Gateway being expected for a second to last boss feels reasonable. It could be designed around that. Yeah, I mean, you could just stamp Roar or something the next one. I'll get the one underneath. Nice. That was clean as hell. I think we should slow damage, right? To clear. Watch. Stop DPS and we can clear more, maybe? Okay, alright. Picking that up. There's still one more. Just watch that. What is that ghost doing? Kick in the back. We'll need range to kick those far ones, and anybody who's fixated can't really do it. Fight in front. 2 ghosts cleared, there's still 2 up. Damn. This phase 2 is fucking crazy. I mean, this is the penultimate boss, but this is a really wild heroic boss. You're gonna play Bear regardless because you like Druid? You've been missing your Bear, haven't gotten to play it seriously since WoD, and you love the idea of an Arcane Bear? Yeah, I was about to say, like, Arcane Bear's been around for a while. It got introduced literally Legion. So, one expansion after, I guess, you last played it. But yeah, Arcane Bear's been a thing for a while. But yeah, I mean, Bear's solid. I agree with the idea that it has been quite a while. Well, so you're just saying you haven't gotten a chance to really play it since Legion, or since WoD. But in my case, like, I played Bear a little bit in Legion, It was very, very strong in Legion. And then I just never really got a chance to play it outside of, like, leveling speedruns and, you know, as a fun alt for many, 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 many years. Bear was just not viable for a long time. Pretty much until now. Right, get to the edge. Get out of the middle. Yeah. I've been trying to get a few of those. We could definitely outrun it, yeah. Don't drop that on me. Don't drop that on me. Of course, Base drops it in the wrong fucking spot. Thank you, Base. Fuck the one in the shit. They're a little bit too spread. And it is a cone, right? So... And we still lived it, even with nobody really soaking. How do you die? It looks like we can just immune soak that if needed. Revolt, say the line. Bar kick. You got all ghosts. Nice. Yeah, what is it that just one-shots tanks? Okay. I need to read this mechanic. The visuals need to be clearer for this mechanic, because I have no idea that there's something I'm supposed to be doing. So what is this? Soul Sever. Yeah, I didn't see anything. This player's soul is fractured. What the fuck? Okay, that's at least what killed me. I don't know what that was, though. I wonder if, like, I saw... Because I saw Spirit Bear, but I thought that was my Apex talent. Maybe the Soul Fragment looks like my Apex talent procs, and that's why I was confused? 1 second you're mauling you in the face, next second you're calling looter beams from space to blast you? Yes. That's correct. Yeah, we have time. I'll go get far. I don't know if you'll make it in time, Chi, unless you blink last second. Just care. Nice. Good job. We cleared a lot of orbs. Watch. Just don't risk it. Yep. Chi. God damn it. You're such a greedy bastard. Oh, why do I have threat? Did you bubble? Watch this, watch this. Ah, shit. Bill really needs to run Last Stand, man. He's bubbled a lot, and then I get smacked in the face. You notice the lack... Okay. First off, do not interpret anything from our group comp that I do not explicitly say, right? Like, I have talked about my choice of tanks, right? Like, me and my co-tank, obviously, we're testing the tanks that we think are going to be good. Anything else you see here is completely irrelevant. We're not playing, like, you know, specific comps. First off, a lot of times we just grab whoever we can. And, like, a good example is the person playing Arsham right now is one of our hunters. That's our raid leader. But we didn't really have that many healers, so he's playing his Resto Shaman alt to make sure that we have enough healers. Now, in this case, actually, we have 4 healers. A bunch of them showed up today. But last raid testing, we didn't. So one of our hunters is playing healer right now. And then the reality of raid testing, right, is it's at a weird time. So a lot of times people in your raid can't make it. So 2 of the other people in our raid who play hunter aren't here today. As far as I know, actually, hunter is projected to be pretty strong. So, that, like, don't take my word for that, right? Like, I don't main hunter. I don't know that much about it. But from what I have heard, it seems like it's pretty good. But that alone should tell you that you should not be putting any stock into whatever random people in the raid group happen to be running. Like, do not look at the comp here and be like, oh, that's good. Like, I know some people were looking at the damage on... you know, on the meters and being like, wow, you know, DPS DK looks really good, because consistently, like, DPS DKs were topping the meters on the earlier bosses. And, like, maybe you can. And, like, in this case, the Smack DK is a pug, I guess. But Smashy and Wee's main DK in our main raid. So, maybe DK is good, but they're main DK players, they're playing their mains. They happen to be able to make it to raid testing. But one of our main hunters is not playing hunter right now because he's on healer, and then 2 of our other hunters are not here. And our rogue isn't here, our rep paladin isn't here, like a lot of people on our raid team who would potentially be representing one of the other specs aren't here. So they could be good, and I don't know. Or there would be no way to tell just based on watching this. Just because they're not in our raid testing. But yeah, don't put any weight into that. I don't know why we're dropping orbs, like, on the edges here. Try and keep them center. Yeah, sure, but... And, like, bays, please stop dropping orbs directly on top of the tanks. I'm moving the boss to get us a little bit more room in the cone. Yeah, as long as it's not, like, on the edge. Okay, well... I'm dragging the boss back. We need more room in the cone. Shit. Stop damage. Fine though. You threat, by the way, Will. Boss is not moving. Oh, no, it's one of these bosses. No, there's the tank mechanic. You have to pick up fragments of your soul. Thanks, Sarkareth P2. Yeah. Watch this, watch this. All the souls are here. Okay, where are the... It is that! Okay, they do look like my fucking Apex talent, man. Did I get all fragments of my soul? I think I got all for... Well, now I understand why I was confused. It looks exactly like my fucking Apex talent, man. The boss does not move. Okay. Drag it on the edge in front of the tank. Over by me. Ping. Hate the ghost. Oh, come on. They overtuned P2. You see the raid is going well? It is. I mean, this is good raid testing, but yeah. I don't know if you were, like, joking or not, but this is... I mean, that's what you expect out of raid testing. Honestly, this is the best raid testing I've ever done so far. Which is surprising, considering everything else I tested on the PTR. It is one of the messiest PTRs I've tested in a while. So I went in here expecting a disaster. And then, surprise, the raid testing's actually great. Now, let's hope that they clean up the delves a little bit, because the delves right now are literally incompletable. They don't work, so... You were half joking? I see. Fair enough, you were just curious since one of your friends who only plays Hunter is being a doomer. I mean, I have no idea why your friend would be dooming, right? Hunter still has maybe the strongest raid buff. Hunter was incredibly powerful in Season 1. I don't really think anything that bad... Like, you'd have to outline what people are doing about Hunter, but no. I don't think that's accurate. I mean, Hunter players and Boomkins are notorious for just doing all the time. Dude, what is the boss? Boss is just not working properly for movement. He's just kind of fucking zipping around. I cannot position him. Yeah. Maybe big healing CDs. Make sure you collect your soul fragments, Sarkareth will. Nah, you missed some. Let Baze die. W. Okay, watch. We get a few ghosts with this. The visual on the tank soak is very bad. They need to improve that. Oh. This is definitely... This is an extremely overtuned P2. But I mean, it seems interesting. It's just way too overtuned. You were about to do delve testing? Don't bother. Yeah. I tested 3 delves and I gave up. 2 of the delves I tested literally could not be completed. It was bugged. One of the other ones was just so abysmally dogshit that I have to imagine that it's incomplete. Yeah, delves right now are not working properly. They are not implemented, basically. After the ad dies, we need to center the boss, though. Just to make it easier. You won't make it in time. She didn't pop a defensive. Boss isn't really moving. I'm gonna spin him around and aim towards the center. Stay ghost here. Where our marker is. If you got hit by the tank frontal, look for your ghosts. You have little Sarkareth ghosts, you need to soak them or you die. So, Smashy and Baze, eat your ghosts, or you will explode. Well, Baze died. This Baze can't fucking hear. Yeah, I don't know. I only said it like 3 times to him, and he just fucking tunneled. The boss is just spam casting. Okay. Okay, aiming towards the center. Be in the center. By warning marker. Tried. Yeah, somebody dropped the purple bomb on top of, like, a bunch of people. You need to run that out. This is a fucking crazy P2. I understand how this works, but, like, the problem is, I don't think most people have figured it out yet. Because everybody, like, people are getting mechanics and just panicking. This is an absolutely wild heroic boss. Oh, shit. Like, I will say that is... We didn't get to CP3, but that is the sign of a good boss when... I didn't even realize that we hit the end of testing for that boss. That hour flew by. Fun fight. It's just very chaotic and difficult P2. I don't know. I think we didn't have enough people. There weren't enough people. We swap Will, I think. Not yet. I don't think. You haven't taken your Buster yet. I'm gonna take Vexel back. Now you do this. This is your Buster. Yes. And now we swap. Oh my goodness. Oh, I got 10 stacks. Okay. Okay, this boss seems kind of crazy. Take this with a grain of salt because your memory is hazy, but wasn't Malacrest and Zul'jin's soul supposed to be in Shadowlands? Zul'jin, I know Zul'jin is in Revendreth. I don't remember anything about Malacrest. I mean, it's entirely possible that it's a plot hole, but the only one I remember for sure being in Revendreth is Zul'jin. I don't know about Malacrest. I canceled my trinket. That's unfortunate. It's... Yeah, no, I can see. He faces towards whichever one he's about to do, it looks like. Yeah. I did not realize that until the third one. I'm taking Vexel. And you take Ithras. Yeah, don't be in that cookies. I have Ithras. Do not soak those. No. What the fuck? I am dead. Huh. Yeah, it is a tank soak. Yes, there's no reason, realistically, anybody should ever soak those. Yeah. We've had to explain in like 5 different ways how the tank soak is not a split damage soak. And how you should not stand in it. And then people are like, wait, do I stand in the soak? No, no, it's a tank soak. Don't stand in it. Like... Yeah, definitely Volcaros vibes, for sure. And no, your comments have not been annoying, Shards of Stone. There's people commenting on YouTube. Or on Twitch, I mean. So. I have YouTube open on one monitor, and I have Twitch open on another. And I look between the chats every now and then. Yeah, no, your comments have been totally fun. Are we good? I think we're good. She swapped one of the warriors into the goo. Yeah. How do I have 3 stacks? What gave me 3 stacks? I just had 1. Unless the hitbox on these waves is just fucking crazy. I thought I dodged them. Yeah, I just got 4 stacks now. And I definitely didn't get hit by anything. Okay, yeah, so the hitbox is generous. I didn't get hit there. No split damage. Yeah, but I guess does he always go clockwise? I didn't hear. I'm just saying I didn't know. You do not get to talk. You have been just fucking full zug brain off all fucking raid test. Yeah, true, all the time. I don't know. I mean, I think that's just a you thing, Maze. Oh shit. It's yeah, it's scuffed. Really cool fight though. You've foolishly ignored my warning about delves being broken and went into one. First mob was a nemesis mob. You got insta-gibbed in about 5 seconds on bear and got kicked out of the instance. Yes. Yeah, I did you test the new like arena delve? Because that was another bug I ran into with the new arena delve, where if you there's no checkpoint. If you die, it just kicks you out of the delve. You don't resurrect at the start. It's just so broken. Nothing is working right now. World content's also very bugged right now. It is kind of funny that this is like the craziest, in a good way, raid testing we've ever had. It was that delve? Alright, boom. I knew it. But yeah, this raid is so fucking good. This is crazy good. and everything else in the PTR is just bugged to shit. Like, I mean, it really is just, like, kind of the current state of World of Warcraft design, which, like, as excited I am about this raid, like, this is kind of the issue. They clearly have spent so much time developing this raid. As somebody who pretty much plays this game at this point exclusively for raiding, that's a good sign. This raid is really, really, really well developed already, and this is the first iteration of raid testing. The problem is, like, raiders do make up a fairly low portion of the population, right? So, as much as it is like, hey, literally the thing that I enjoy is getting catered to, it is a shame to know they are just putting in bare minimum effort to every other aspect of this game, to the point where it is just a broken mess in the first iteration of the PTR that clearly got 0 internal testing. And, like, I want to be happy. I want to be like, hey, yeah, you know, my part of the game's getting a lot of love. But then I just know the problem is, for this game to have a future, they need to put in effort to the other parts as well. Or anybody who doesn't enjoy Mythic raiding is just gonna fucking quit playing. For all I know, the M Plus dungeons may be good too. Obviously, I haven't tested that yet. And M Plus, historically, they have done at least a decent job on. But outside of endgame PvE, it's been very spotty. I'll start with Vexel. Oh, why are we moving with that, dude? Oh, dude. People are just fucking moving with those lines. I have Stimper. Charge that. Oh, they don't share health. Oh. Did you take okay. There's some room on the other side. Dude, that is an insane enrage. Wow, what a boss. We're optimizing fucking PI now. Holy. Wait. Vantis runes. What was my damage like? If you have a Vantis, trade it. I didn't pick one up. Vantis are in tides. People need to not be terrorists with those lines. Don't like flick them around. I'll do that. Knock is extra stack. It's so much easier to do the opposite, play behind. Yeah. I will say this is one I like this fight, but that is a massive pet peeve. It's mechanics that are like baited based on where you are, and it's not made it explicitly clear that that's how it works. And then because yeah, I don't know. Like, this is a big issue that I had with Crown of the Cosmos, with like depending on where people were standing, it like baited the spawns, and there's like a really finicky way you need to spawn the things properly. So like here, where the second boss teleports is RNG. So now we just need to figure out the exact right spot to bait, and then which direction it moves doesn't really seem very clear. Okay, so apparently there is a very faint visual indicator, which is hard to see. All right. So it is possible to determine what direction the beam rotates in. One of our DPSD seeds, so we're waiting to see if they're getting back. Putting Moonfire on those at least. Can't hurt. I already roared, but... I'll get Vexful. I have high stacks, so I'm not going to get the one with bust stacks. Will, you also have high stacks, so just be careful. Yeah, I got it. It's just straight down the line. Vexel. When your CDs come up, second pot. Take what? Oh, Ithras. Yeah. Just hey, shut up, please. PJ no longer soak. Well, you soak this, but yeah, don't soak poison anymore, PJ. Yeah, I think we... Yeah, we just don't have the damage, I think, you know, 4 healers and stuff. But we've seen the entire fight, right? Like, we could, but do we need to? They really want to get a testing kill. I mean, like, I was fine with, like, you know, we're optimizing damage trying to kill, but, like, we're short, right? It's, I don't think that you need to kill it at this point. We did the fight correctly, it's just, you know, we don't have enough damage, but, like, in theory, we can... But my raid leader really wants to kill it, so... We'll see. I don't necessarily mind, I'm just like... I'm tired, man. It looks like it, yeah. No, we should have... We died well before the thing exploded, so... That's not the... Enrage, right? We might have. But what I'm saying is, like, we died to people hitting 10 stacks, right? Not to the pulsing damage from the mess. No, it just does ramping damage. I did. Did you not get that, Revolt? It says you're already in the group. My dad said, Mighty Harldan, I have asked a servant to dash a boar sandwich with sliced fried potatoes from the local tavern. Thank you. Apparently, hunter pets are very buggy here or something. I'll get Pixel. Yeah, just take the other one. Yes. Can I kill those fast? You're smashing. Weasel have to do it. Shit. Yeah, so that is like, for whoever was asking earlier about Hunter, really fun boss. But that is 100% Hunter's Mark diff. I mean, obviously, my raid leader was bottom damage, but he was also doing, like, constant calls, and apparently pets were very buggy. So he lost a lot of damage from BM. But you get so much damage out of just Hunter's Mark. 1 DPS, 1 Hunter, the bosses die, like, that was, like, over 30 seconds early. Very, 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 very big difference. Nice, I got the necklace. Deadly Venom on the Coiled Isle and within the Venomous Abyss. I think this is Deadly Venom. Just the puddles. These things. It is Deadly Venom. Alright. Nice. Well, that's it for raid testing. Yeah. I mean, the thing they're testing right here is, like, this, Vaults of Ulatek. Which, to my knowledge, is the exact same thing I tested. The only reason I think they're doing testing for this is because if you're not a Bear Druid, you can't... You probably can't solo this unless you're, like, a bear, or, well, another tank spec. So... But yeah, I think, What do you think here? I'm gonna drop from my guild's Discord because they're yapping and it's distracting me. So I'm not gonna stream tomorrow for sure. The only thing I'm debating is whether I stream Sunday. Now, I said I was gonna do Preservation of Ochre Keystone Hero this week. I think I probably will, still. But I'm just not sure what day. And I'll probably stream that on the main channel. We'll see. That will probably be... I don't know. Let's aim for Sunday. Because initially I was like, I don't know what day. The thing is, on Monday, I'm probably gonna... What I want to do, so like here's the rough tentative plan, right? My guild's not raiding next week. We're taking a break. So I will have Tuesday and Wednesday free. And the nice thing is Turbulent Timeway starts. So on Tuesday, I will stream some Turbulent Timeways testing. And the idea will be... Oh, you were... Which person were you in the raid, Shards of Stone? I didn't realize you had actually joined. Or are you just saying that, you know, because you were hanging out on the stream? Maybe I misunderstood that message. But yeah, so for streaming, I'm gonna... I'll stream my Turbulent Timeways testing, which I'll do on Tuesday. Oh, you just meant, like, watching the stream. Okay, yeah, sorry, misunderstood. My brain is fried at the moment. Like I said, I woke up 5 minutes before raid testing started. I've only had 1 mug of coffee so far. But okay, so yeah, that's the plan. And what I need to make sure I do is I have the script, like, half finished for the, like, the 80 to 90 leveling guide. I've been on the fence, right, because initially before I made, like, one big 80 to 90 guide back in War Within. I think what I'll do now is I'm making this, like, a mini leveling guide, right? I'm probably not going to cover as much extensive detail. I'm just going to talk about what the route is, relevant to 12.0.7. Like, what do you need to do? Which, for a lot of people, is all they do, right? But when I make my big guides, I like to be super comprehensive with it. And I might still put out one of those videos later in the expansion. We'll see. But I think, especially with Follow the Arrow, one of the nice things is there are some details that I can just, like, not mention in a video because it is expected, hey, you're going to use Follow the Arrow, and it will be explained in there. Or I'll just be able to direct you to do things seamlessly that previously I would have had to, like, explain. So I think I can be a lot shorter in my explanations while still being able to properly guide people, because then they just download the add-on, right? If they're not using it already. But I do want to make a mini video guide, and part of that is going to be 12.0.7, just the baseline changes. And that stuff, I want to get that part of the video, well, I want to get the entire script done, and I want to get that part of the video, like, fully edited before Tuesday. And then what I'm going to do is, on Tuesday, I'm going to stream Turbulent Tideways testing. And I already know how Turbulent Tideways works. We've had it before, right? I've already discussed this extensively. So it's not, like, when I say testing, I more so mean the exact XP values. Like, the only thing that I'll need to test is, with the 30% buff, what level can you turn in? That's the only thing I don't know for sure. But the general mechanics of it, I already know, and I can already write into a script. So that I'm going to do. And then all I will need to do is get those last little details and get, obviously, footage. And then later, like Tuesday night after I'm done streaming, I should be able to get all of that remaining footage integrated and make minor adjustments to the script, whatever is needed. And then I get that video out on Wednesday, ideally early on Wednesday. Because I think I want to have that video ready to go ASAP, because vast majority of people are waiting until Turbulent Tideways to level anyways. And obviously, I could try to rush out the video on Tuesday, but then I think it wouldn't be super, like, as accurate as it could be, because I'd still be missing potentially information from Turbulent Tideways. But if I put it out on Wednesday and say, hey, literally the first day I did all this testing, so you know it is 1000% accurate, I think that is like an ironclad guide that people would want to follow. And then I just say, like, hey, Fall of the Arrow is also updated. That's the other thing, right? Obviously, the initial 12.0.7 update for Fall of the Arrow is out already, and I've been in the background making some minor tweaks when people, like, submit. Like, there's been a few tiny bugs, nothing major enough to, like, rush out an update, but a few tiny bugs I fixed, some minor optimizations. People are like, oh, it would be nice if you clarified this. And I've included that stuff already. And there's a few extra things, like I want to finish Voidstorm Sojourner. I want to make a few minor adjustments to the alt route, very minor, like, optimization things. And I want to have that update done on Tuesday, and then have the video out on Wednesday. So I could be like, you know, look, we're 100% ready to go. Download Fall of the Arrow. You're golden. And that is going to take some time, right? So I don't have that much time to, like, stream over the next few days. But I do want to get... I want to start getting into that mindset of one healer done per week. Because we are in a clock now, right? We do only have so many weeks left until the new patch. In fact, like, if, let's see, if I do Preservation this week, and then I do Disc this week, and then this would be Healer 4, or Healer 3, Healer 4, Healer 5, Healer 6, Healer 7, right? So I would actually, if I did one healer per week, I would only have just these weeks left to actually get the challenge done. Now, towards the end, I will probably start doing, like, multiple healers a week, so I'm not going to be that cramped on time. But I do think it is good practice nowadays that we're on a clock to get Prez done. Especially because I have it pretty much ready for gearing. So, I'll do that on probably Sunday. We'll see. If I'm really busy on Sunday, I'm not sure. I might be. I'll have to check my schedule. If I am, then I might push it back to Monday. But either way, that's going to be the only stream over the next 3 days. But then, you know, Turbulent Time I stream on Tuesday. And I'll see about Wednesday, right? Obviously, the video will be out on Wednesday. If I'm feeling it, maybe I'll do another stream on Wednesday. We shall see. But yeah, that's it. Overall, raid testing, I think, went pretty damn good. And I will see you all on the next stream. Later.